The players are in, so it's time to begin. Welcome everyone watching around the world on the World Snooker Facebook page, World Snooker YouTube, or, of course, on that wonderful service provided by Discovery Plus. It is the Victorian Plumbing UK Championship Qualifiers of 2024. It is day 3, and this session will see the conclusion of the second qualifying round. It is England against Wales, Stan Moody up against Dwayne Jones. 7 other matches taking place this afternoon. We'll keep you right up to date with all of them. But it's Moody who takes centre stage. What a fine talent. That said, though, Dwayne Jones is a former ranking event semi-finalist who will be wanting to replicate the form he showed in the previous round, and then he could progress even more. Best of 11 frames, race to 6. That cue ball was on the right route, and it travelled a little more. Jones would have been right in behind the yellow. Jones, 31 years of age, from Mountain Ash in South Wales. He's already won a match in this tournament. He beat Australia's Ryan Thomason 6-3 in the first round, helped by breaks of 57, 89, 55 and 78. So nearly an opening fluke. Instead, it's the initial mistake. Stan Moody, just 18. One of the game's great prospects. Technically superb. A full ball kiss there would have been ideal. What a good sign that is. Pressure ball knocked in almost effortlessly.
6. Stan Moody 6.
Calling out the scores, refereeing the match is Prolatina Velichkova.
Long rest, please.
lengthy rest being asked for. Of course, it's a great day to be a fan of snooker in Wales. You must be very proud of what Mark Williams did at the Champion of Champions last night, winning that event for the first time, overcoming Zhao Guodong in the final in Bolton. Williams really is a marvel. And as a member of the top 16, he's seeded into the UK Championship final stages, which begin at the Barbican Centre in York on Saturday. Another fine pot from Moody. He keeps so still on the shots. In his first season and a half, I think one criticism of him technically, he has been prone to get up and down on shots quite a lot. Indecisive, if you like. That's being ironed out. What I will say, his actual cue action.
6.
Magnificent. He's got bags of potential. It's a really vital match, this, for Moody, rankings-wise, because he's seeded to this stage.
13.
Now, what that means, if he loses, he will receive £2,500, but 0 ranking points. If he wins this match, he'll be on 5,000 points and the same amount of money. Oh, that's an early setback. Because he came in the first round, Moody's opponent, Dwayne Jones, is already assured of 2,500 ranking points merely by making this match. Plus, he's not got the pressure of trying to keep his card at the end of the season. He's starting out on a new 2-year card. Jones was off the tour last season, but he regained his status by coming through the Q Tour Global Playoffs in Sarajevo, beating Liam Davis 10-9 dramatically to reclaim his playing privileges. Little short of pace there. Thin clip on the red required. And of course, when you're doing that, it means control of the cue ball is lessened. Tried to use the pink as a stopper, but it was more a glancing blow off the pink than a full ball contact, which he desired. Yes, when he beat Liam Davis to get his card back, Jones said, "I felt like chucking this in a few times, but snooker's in my blood and it always will be." So now he's back for another go. Bear in mind, this is a player, Dwayne Jones, who in 2019 knocked out Jack Lazowski, Yuan Sejun and Ding Junhui to make the semi-finals of the German Masters at the Tempodrome in Berlin. Caught the incorrect red. Caught the red on the way through. He didn't want to. So a scrappy start, but that's understandable considering what's at stake, and neither player yet to settle down. Really good camera angle there of a really good shot. You saw the exaggerated pause of Moody and then delivering the cue with authority. You might have heard a smattering of applause. That was for the adjoining table, table 2, which you can see on the streaming, together with table 3 and 4 as well. The applause was for a former UK champion, Matthew Stevens, who dominated the first frame against Thailand's Manasawan Fatmalaikal. Also 1-0 up already. He Guoquang, terrific player from China. He made a century in the opening frame against Robbie McGuigan. And Liu Hongyu leads Kriyesh Gubazani 1-0.
18. 19.
4 reds left, 3 very awkward. So this is turning into a pretty useful lead. Oh, but the black with the rest goes astray, so he's missed a pink to the middle, and now a short range black employing the rest. That will annoy Moody. It was going to be difficult for Moody to build a frame-winning lead at that visit, but he could certainly have moved into a very commanding position. And now Jones might have the angle off this black to go into the 2 reds. You can see next to his cue on. A little unlucky there. Moved them both, but not a great outcome. And this is going to be one of those frames that was tied up, and within a couple of shots, everything's pretty much in the open. A little thicker on the black would have been just right. So for the second time in the frame, Pro Latina required to get the lengthy rest out. Talking of referees, I was delighted when I arrived here today to see Colin Humphreys. He's back officiating after some health issues, so well done, Colin. Good to see you. Nicely done. If you watched our broadcast this morning, you'll have seen Zhao Zintong beat Jiang Jun 6-2. An absolute cavalcade of breaks from both players. The opening frame here, decidedly more scrappy. That annoying mantra, whatever you do, don't hit the blue. Jones did. Will it be costly? Sometimes the simple shot is the correct one. What a start from He Guoquang, by the way. Another big break. He leads Robbie McGuigan 2-0 in no time. Don't want to second guess Stan Moody, but that was asking a lot. Cue ball and red were so close together, it was really awkward to judge the potting angle. And now a realistic opportunity for Dwayne Jones to steal the opening frame. Okay, blue will not be easy. Blue to pink. The positional aspect won't be easy. And then the black's on the top cushion. But at this level, this has to be regarded as a clearance opportunity. Well, it was. Poor shot. And I think the yellow might have poked out from behind the pink. Moody in a low-scoring frame, 15 ahead. So from here, he would need yellow, green and brown. Jones would need the lot. Nicely floated in. A little rub on the pink would have taken pace out of the cue ball and more than likely left Jones on the green. He missed it by a fraction. So Moody, with the colours on the table, needed yellow, green and brown. Jones pots the yellow. And in a roundabout fashion, it makes Moody's life a little easier because he only needs 2 pots now. But he's very mindful of not wanting to drape his shirt over the blue. So standing a little more upright on the shot than he would otherwise. Oh, it didn't affect the pot though. And so 16 ahead. The brown is frame ball. But what a pressure ball it is with the cue ball so close to the side cushion. Smooth as silk. Young nerves. So 20 ahead, Moody. It means Jones needs a snooker. I think before that double kiss, the blue might have been close to going in. Had it done so, what a disadvantage that would have been for Jones, because look where the black is in terms of laying a snooker. Horribly placed. That's why Moody tried to, at the very least, roll the blue over the pocket. What he succeeded in doing was knocking it in.
11.
Stan Moody missed a pink to the middle. He missed a black with the rest. But regardless of that, he's drawn first blood. He leads Dwayne Jones 1-0. You know, when I walked in here today and saw the tiered seating and the 8 tables in progress, I thought, what a great place to come for a snooker enthusiast. You've got youngsters like Moody trying to make his name in the game. You've got former stars trying to recreate old glories. Players from all over the world involved here today. And if you want to come to the Mattioli Arena, qualifying finishes on Thursday, by the way, tickets are just £12 per day. What you do, you go to the World Snooker website, wst.tv, click on tickets, and there you go. By the way, as for the UK Championship main event itself, well, sold out for some sessions, but others still have availability. And you can book from just £25. And if you really want to give yourself a special pre-Christmas treat, what about the 1875 Club? Now that's available from the quarterfinals onwards. It's a real VIP experience. It includes 3-course meals, the very best seats in the Barbican, a photograph with the trophy, and so much more. Jimmy White's playing on table 7 right now against Ross Muir. White was nicely in front in the first frame, but Muir stole it, and the Scot is in first in the second frame. Dylan Emery and Oliver Lyons 1-1. Ishpreet Singh Chadha from India, he's 1-0 up on Michael Holt. Liu Hongyu 2-0 over Krish Gubazani. Chris Totten and Tianpeng Fei still involved in their first frame. And He Guo Kwang is at the table again, scoring. Maybe making his merry way to 3-0 over Robbie McGuigan. Not there yet, but we'll let you know how that one ends up. this is their first meeting in a Pro Tour match. They have met before in the Q School when Moody was only 14 years of age. Jones won that match 4-0 with breaks of 77 and 63 included. But of course Moody these days is a very different proposition. Already this season, Moody has appeared in the last 16 of the British Open and the Northern Ireland Open. Hated that one. Just tapping the table in an apology, because look where the red ended up. Very fortunate for Moody. Of course, it was here at the Mattioli Arena in January 2022 when Stan Moody was introduced to a wider audience at the age of 15 as a wild card. He won his first match in the shootout. As for gaining his place on the tour, well, he did that through winning the World Snooker Federation Junior Championship in Sydney, Australia in February 2023. You would expect the red to go in. If it does, with position attached, then Moody would have the best scoring chance of the match so far. Right, so can he put up a big number? When he won that World Snooker Federation Junior Championship, he was dominant. The only opponent who came close to him was Julian Boyko in the semi-finals. Moody won that one 4-3 and then beat Liam Pullen 5-1 in the final. And in fact, shortly afterwards, he almost won the WSF main championship losing out to Mahai Long in the final. So a terrific amateur pedigree. And making his way, encouragingly, in the pro ranks.
16.
He Guo Kwang leads Robbie McGuigan 3-0. The youngster from Northern Ireland has amassed 8 points so far. He making breaks of 100, 99 and 91. Also a very solid start to report for Ishpreet Singh Chadha, who with breaks of 57 and 78 leads Michael Holt 2-0. Always handy when the gap's there. Mr. Black with the rest to this very same pocket in the first frame. And a little uncomfortable on this one. Yes, he was worried about the kiss on the red, and he was quite right to be worried. Not quite the position of the cue ball he wanted, but fully intentional to get the green safe with a 43-point lead. Couple of storylines. Ross Muir has just made a century to take a 2-0 lead over Jimmy White. And after a 43-minute opening frame, Chris Totten got the nod against Tian Peng Fei, winning it on the blue. Welshman Dylan Emery, 2-1 up on Oliver Lyons. Now that was some kind of shot. And from here, 1-0 should become 2-0. Okay, he's not got the correct angle on the pink, but he has got the angle to take cue ball in and out of balk, should he so desire. Yes, definitely now. 2-0 on the cards. Now that was quite a routine shot, but the way he generated the action on the cue ball was so simple. He gets through the white very nicely. This is frame ball.
22.
The first frame was disjointed. The second looks like being
29.
settled in a couple of scoring visits.
Moody, 29. And the frame.
Dwayne Jones doesn't bother to come back, and so Stan Moody takes a 2-0 lead. I was mentioning before, first time he played on television, he won a match in the shootout, and I can tell you the shootout is right here at the Mattioli Arena on December 4 to 7 inclusive. It really is a fun event, that. And I say fun, but also very important. The winner receives a first prize of £50,000. And that equates to 50,000 ranking points. It can change a player's career. Tickets for that one are going for just £22. And how to access them, I'll tell you again, it's wst.tv. Then click on tickets and they await. Lots of snooker over the 4 days of the shootout. Lots of good humour as well. Crowd involvement.
Frame 3.
And some big names taking part this year, actually. Defending champion Mark Allen at the top of the list. Moody's the kind of player who, if you let him get on a roll, allow him to build a head of confidence, he's going to be very difficult to stop. Jones well aware of that, and that's why I think he's targeted the importance of this third frame. One of the big stories of this UK Championship qualifying competition so far has been the re-emergence of Zhao Xintong so brilliantly, winning a couple of matches, including one this morning, making a 1-4-6 break in his first match. Well, when Dwayne Jones came through Q School originally in 2015, it was Zhao Xintong he beat in the final round to gain his card. Not only that, he won 4-3 in thrilling fashion. The other great story, of course, Bai Yulu, the reigning Women's World Champion, who's defeated Farah Kajaib and a former Crucible quarter-finalist, Jamie Jones. She now takes on Scott Donaldson next, 2 matches away from qualification from the UK Championship proper. What a story that would be. By the way, if you're wondering when Bai Yulu next plays against former Championship League winner Donaldson, well, it is 9:30 local time tomorrow morning. As for Zhao Xintong, he's next in action, this time tomorrow afternoon against a really tough opponent in Thailand's Noppon Sangkom. Guess what? He Guo Kwang's on a big break. 4-0 up on Robbie McGuigan in a few moments' time. What a start to the match. Now, to avoid going into the bunch of reds there with the cue ball, play that one with a lot of check side, but of course, by doing that, you increase the difficulty of the pot itself. Not a good one though from Moody. Not just missing the red, but missing it by quite some way. Crucial for Jones to have a good visit here, a lengthy visit. The red 3 down in the line of 4, Wilpot. Valentina Velichkova. Again, busy getting out the long rest. Jones deciding against the short-range red into top left in favour of this one to top right. Good choice. When a player stays down like that, you know there's an element of doubt as to whether the red will drop. It caught the far jaw, but fell anyway, much to Jones's great relief. Already the highest break of the match, with potential to go much higher. Just what Jones needed. Now the kiss on the red was planned. Could have been better though. This is a little thinner than it looks. Now that shot gives you a better indication. Didn't play the kiss on the blue, but it's worked out a treat. Well, from Dwayne Jones's perspective anyway. Almost there for Jones. He needs one more red and a colour. But every alternative here is a little bit tricky. That could be a very expensive miss. Moody up out of his chair very quickly. Just one awkward ball on the table, the red close to the left-hand side cushion. If he can solve that problem, Moody, this is a real chance to plunder frame 3. When he came to the table, there were 6 reds there, so 75 on. That gives him some leeway with the colours. But the red clearly doesn't go to right middle. Consolation there, at least. The table is now very open, very conducive to a counter-attack if Moody gets the chance. Jones would feel a lot more secure if a couple or 2 colours were safe. Well, that did not threaten. And from here, Jones should tidy up. You have to believe that the world number 93 is about to get off the mark. You saw there, you've seen quite a few shots where it's apparent that Dwayne Jones is a left-eyed sighter. That's the dominant eye for the Welshman. so not quite straight under the chin. But being left-eye dominant, he's in pretty good company. The great Joe Davis, who was undefeated in the World Championship from 1927 to his retirement from the event in 46. He was left-eyed and regarded as
38.
by far the finest player of his generation.
40.
Joe Davis won the first World Championship in 1927. First prize of £6 and 50 pence, as it is now. £6, 10 shillings back then. How times have changed. Here, this is a qualifier in the second round, and the winner's on a nice view, Bob.
65, Ukraine.
Very good stuff from Dwayne Jones. Okay, he trails in the match, but he's played the best frame of the match so far. Breaks of 66, followed by 65, and the lead of Stan Moody has been reduced to 2-1. Always a great time of year for snooker fans, with the Victorian Plumbing UK Championship underway. Both the qualifiers and indeed the main event are covered extensively on a wonderful service, Discovery Plus. When it comes to that, there's live sport for everyone on Discovery Plus, where you can see snooker throughout the season in great breadth and depth. And you can also watch many other top sporting events as well. Discovery Plus, recognised as the home of snooker and also the home of world-class cycling. And by the way, if you want to follow the Victorian Plumbing UK Championship on social media, there's lots for you on Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. Match clips, interviews, behind-the-scenes content. All avenues are covered. Let's give you some of these scores. Matthew Stevens, 2-1 up on Manasarwin Fetmalaikal. It's just going 1-1, Chris Totten and Tian Pengfei in the slowest match of the session. Tian not quite there yet, but Totten needs more than one snooker. Liu Hongyu playing very nicely. He's taken a 3-1 lead over Krish Gubazani. Ishpreet Singh Chadha was 2-0 up on Michael Holt. Holt won the third frame, though. Jimmy White won the third frame against Ross Muir to trail only 2-1, but it's going to be 3-1 at the interval because Muir is on a break of 88 as I speak. Dylan Emery and Oliver Lyons locked together at 2-2. But the story of the afternoon so far has been authored by He Guo Kwang. They've just returned from the interval in that match on table 4. It's been remarkable stuff. He, with breaks of 100, 99, 91 and 102, leads Robbie McGuigan 4-0. McGuigan has scored 21 points, that's all, in the match against He Guo Kwang's 394. Just an update on the Ross Muir situation. He has made a century to lead Jimmy Whirlwind White 3-1. White, of course, UK champion over 30 years ago. So will Stan Moody have a lead at the interval, or will Dwayne Jones get back onto level terms and perhaps be feeling the better of the two? Potting the red, avoiding the pack with the use of side. Has Jones come to life? I was mentioning before against Ryan Thomason in the previous round, he made breaks of 57, 89, 55 and 78. He trailed 2-1 in that match. Came good when it mattered. 1-6-3. Not one but two beneficial kisses. He apologises to Stan Moody. Drops very nicely on the red. He apologises because of etiquette, of course. Doesn't really feel sorry. He's delighted.
Nine.
Michael Holt lost the first two frames against Ishpreet Singh Chadha, but at the interval, he's back on level terms at 2-2. A scoring progression that Jones would like to have for himself. It's always the toughest way to go into the pack, off the top cushion first. Jones played that shot with reasonable force. He's a little unlucky not to have opened the pack a little better than he did. It's end of break.
Wayne Jones, 33.
If you could grant one wish to professional snooker players, I'm sure plenty of them would accept and wish for. Every time they went into the pack of reds, they dropped on one. Just to put some detail on a score I gave you earlier, Liu Hongyu 3-1 up on Krish Kubazani. Well, Liu, to get there, has made breaks of 83, 60, and in frame 4, 139. Excellent. Now that really is top-notch cueing. The best shot of the match so far, without any doubt. Will it be one of the most significant shots of the match so far? These two battling away to make it to the third qualifying round, the penultimate qualifying round, where Pang Junzhu lies in wait. That match scheduled for tomorrow night. Frustratingly incorrect side of the blue.
9. 10.
But the break was salvaged by a plant. He was looking at this for a while.
Samudi 10.
Don't blame him for doing that. No great value in potting a colour. On table 2, the next door neighbour table to this one, Matthew Stevens has taken a 3-1 lead over Manasarwin Fetmalaikal. Had to be so precise and delicate with that one. Now, earlier on in the match, Moody missed a red vaguely similar to this. This one's a little easier because the cue ball a little more away from the red. But he's using the rest. It's to the same pocket. This is a tester. Now Moody overcut the original pot, and I think he might well do it again here. Maybe that's why he got back up and readjusted. It was, in the end, nothing but net. Over the shoulder of Dwayne Jones there, you saw the figure of Tian Peng Fei. Well, he's 1-1 with Chris Totten on table 3. Moody there a little fortunate, he just brushed off the red. Level board. Ideal pace taken off the white by the secondary collision with the other red. Again, an
31.
absolutely delightful example of how to deliver a cue. Hoping that the red would squeeze past brown and green to balk. He took a really close look. I don't think it does, though. Thought about taking on the bold red to top left. And it's still in his thoughts.
Moody, 36.
That was a more measured play, and he's actually put together a really good shot there. Well conceived and well executed. The He Guo Kwang roadshow continues on table 4. No big breaks in frame 5, but it went the way of the Chinese player anyway. He leads Robbie McGuigan 5-0. Dylan Emery back in front against Oliver Lyons at 3-2. Sometimes plain and simple containment is the only thing you can do. Trouble is with a purely containing shot, so often it gives the tactical advantage to your opponent. Caught the red on the way back up off the cushion. Missed it on the way down, and then his good luck was compounded by hitting the jaw of the middle pocket. Good pot from Jones, but I suppose he played that as a shot to nothing. The softer you play that shot, the more risky it is. And now he's just playing the nestler behind green. Frame 4 hanging in the balance. Moody will be more than satisfied with that contact. Well, how fortunate is that? Not just a fluke snooker, but a potentially rewarding snooker. Jones in a spot of bother here. Well, can he just see the edge? He could. So maybe the Stan Moody apology. Yeah, it was good sportsmanship, but it wasn't exactly a disastrous shot, was it, for Dwayne Jones? He could get through. And he can get through to this one. If he can crash this in, drop on a colour, it should be 2-2. Well, at times we've identified what we think is the best shot of the match. That was one of the worst. Yeah, no wonder that Dwayne Jones was shaking his head. I think he had a good idea what was coming. So Moody, 13 points in front. The blue would make that 18. He would then need yellow and green. this hasn't been Stan Moody at his best. In fact, the most fluent frame of the match went to his opponent. But he's now on the verge of a 3-1 interval lead.
11. 15.
The brown seals it.
20. 26.
It's official. Stan Moody halfway to opening his Victorian Plumbing UK Championship campaign with a victory. He leads Dwayne Jones 3-1. It is the mid-session interval, but don't worry. Snooker will continue because we'll take a look back at a classic final of the UK Championship in 1983. It was 4 sessions back then. It featured 2 legends, Alex Hurricane Higgins against Steve Davis. Davis led 7-0, but there was a major twist in the tale.
This is the one, this black to leave Steve leading snookers. And this red, I would think, to clinch the match.
"70 points in front. It seems that it's third time unlucky for Steve Davis, but third time lucky for Alex Hurricane Higgins, who dons the Coral UK Championship title for the first time. And that's on the way to the pocket. Not sufficient legs. Steve took the advantage in the first session with a whitewash over Alex. 7 frames to 0. Alex replied. And so the congratulations and the commiserations. The UK Championship final, one of the best on record, is over. And Alex Higgins is the UK champion 1983.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 1983 Coral UK champion, Alex Higgins.
Welcome back, everyone, wherever you might be watching on the World Snooker Facebook page, World Snooker YouTube, or on the excellent service provided throughout the season, provided throughout the years by Discovery Plus. Dwayne Jones has work to do. The reason for that, he trails 3-1 against Stan Moody in this race to 6. It's the second qualifying round of the Victorian Plumbing UK Championship. The round comes to a conclusion this afternoon. And then this evening, qualifying round 3 begins. Our main match will be Jack Lazowski against Malaysia's Rory Thor. Of course, that major upset by beating Mark Williams at the British Open a couple of months ago. And we do know a couple of the Table 1 matches tomorrow. From 9:30 local time, you'll be able to see how Bayou Lu goes as she tries to qualify for York. 2 matches won, 2 more victories needed. Bai faces Scotland's Scott Donaldson next. And then tomorrow night, the focus of our coverage will be Australia's Neil Robertson up against either Oliver Lyons or Dylan Emery. Emery and Lyons currently locked together at 3-3. I tell you what, as the cue ball was going around the table there, Jones must have been extremely concerned. He's got away with that. Okay, he's left a free ball, a touching ball, I should say. So that will mean that Moody can pick his place, essentially where the cue ball finishes, but that could have been so costly. Jones very fortunate not to leave Stan Moody bang in at the business end of the table. Actually, with touching ball, that wasn't the most telling safety from Moody. Yes, the cue ball's in bulk, but it's nowhere near the bottom cushion. Yes, when you've got a touching ball at this level, tactically, the world is your oyster. Only one match still to reach its interval this afternoon. It's been really slow going, actually. Chris Totten leading Tian Peng Fei 2-1. Other scores, Robbie McGuigan avoided being whitewashed by He Guo Kwang. It's now 5-1, McGuigan winning frame 6 on the blue. Liu Hongyu powerfully positioned against Krish Gubazani at 4-1. Michael Holt has recovered from 2-0 down to lead Ishpreet Singh Chadha 3-2. And Ross Muir, helped by a couple of century breaks, has built a 5-1 lead over Jimmy White. White qualified for the UK Championship at York last season. He would need something extraordinary to do so again this time around. Caught the Reds too thick with that two-cushion return to balk shot. And he almost fluked one. Look at that, how close it was. But caught enough of the near jaw to stay out. And now Jones might be in for a bumper visit. All of the balls pre-developed. This is the best break building chance of the entire match.
Nine. 16.
144 players started this UK Championship. By the end of this afternoon session, only 80 will remain.
17.
Jones would love to still be standing.
One.
1 way the Reds are, it's still just connecting the dots. All very straightforward, as it's been for He Guoquang. He's currently on an 85 break over on table 4. He will defeat Robbie McGuigan 6-1. Just a matter of whether he does so with 3 centuries. Deep screw and reverse side on the cue ball there. For a moment I thought there might be just a little too much. Played that with running side to widen the cue ball from its natural angle and to avoid the red he made contact with. Not ideal. Awkward queuing for the red, that's obvious. But now, in short order, frame 5 should fall to Dwayne Jones. 62 ahead already. He needs colour red. Deciding against the pink, he thinks it's too risky. In fact, he's deciding against taking on any pot. Putting the green safe, yes, that makes sense. But I think Moody will be overjoyed to be back at the table. 6 red still there, 75 on. Don't write him off in the frame just yet. Well, now, the Jones decision to keep things tight has paid off. From here, 3-2 looks pretty much a certainty. That was frame ball, the blue. One more red and
6.
Jones is basically there. He's done well here, staying competitive. Moody was favourite to win this match with the bookmakers, but big difference between a favourite and a certainty. He most certainly isn't the latter. Jones will be suitably encouraged. Not just winning this frame, but monopolising scoring. With breaks of 62 and 40, Dwayne Jones halves his deficit. Stan Moody now only 3-2 up. You know, if you go to the Barbican from Saturday and you see the tournament proper of the Victorian Plumbing UK Championship, well, plenty of heroes will be on display. The entire top 16 are seated there. But there are another group of heroes who are going to be at the Barbican. Namely, the people in the purple T-shirts who represent World Snooker Tour's charity partner, Jessie May Children's Hospice at Home. They do amazing work for children with time-limiting conditions. So please, if you can, support them with donations. It is a very worthy cause. Again, the Jessie May Children's Hospice at Home charity. And by the way, if you like all things snooker, why not download the Snooker Club podcast every fortnight with Stephen Hendry, Mark Watson and special guests, discussing all things about the game. I'm led to believe the next episode will be available from November the 25th. Stephen Hendry, of course, king of all medias these days. Last week, he won a prestigious award for his YouTube channel. Latest scores here: Matthew Stevens 3-2 up on Manasarwin Fetmalaikal. Chris Totten and Tian Pengfei finally gone to the interval. 3-1 Totten leads. He Guo Kwang did beat Robbie McGuigan 6-1. Held by breaks of 100, 99, 91, 102 and to clinch 86. Liu Hongyu 5-1 up on Krish Gubazani. Having been 2-0 down, Michael Holt leads Ishpreet Singh Chadha 3-2. Jimmy White has pulled a frame back against Ross Muir, but still trails 5-2. And it's 4-3 for Oliver Lyons over Dylan Emery. Just to give you some more info on the Jimmy White match on table 7. Muir went 5-1 up, stealing the 6th frame on the black with a 64 clearance. White, though, comfortably winning the 7th, helped by a break of 53, his 3rd half century of the contest. Now here, Dwayne Jones has been responsible, even though he's behind, for the 3 highest breaks of the match. 66, 65, 62. Moody wants to put that to rights here at this visit. Re-establish a 2-frame gap. He's claimed some notable scalps already as a pro, beating the likes of Jan Gander, Gary Wilson, Jack Jones, Zhou Yulong, Ben Wollaston. Screwing off the bunch like that releases a few reds. But the next shot, that's a pressurised one. Yeah. Worrying signs for young Stan Moody. Didn't just miss the pink, he missed it by quite some way. One thing you'll notice with Dwayne Jones, the bridge hand is very close to the cue ball. Not the case here, of course, because he's placing the bridge hand on the cushion rail. But when he's more in mid-table, that is the case.
8.
While Pro Latina Velichkova gets out the long rest for certainly the 4th time in the match. Ishpreet Singh Chadha has equalised against Michael Holt at 3-3. And Oliver Lyons 1 frame away from victory, 5-3 over Dylan Emery. That is a really bad miss. Just when it seemed as though Jones had some momentum. Playing with fire, that one. Fraction away from in off. Now this could be very useful indeed. Slightly too wide to get in behind the pink, even if it had the pace. Well, I'll tell you what. Crashing into those balls, he could well have left a frame-winning chance, good young Stan Moody. Very lucky there. Very good indeed. Nicely struck safety. Not so nicely struck. Well short of the baulk line. We can't overstate just what an important match this is for Stan Moody. He's 73rd provisionally at the end of the season. To avoid Q School, he needs one of two things to happen: to get into the top 64 or to finish in the top 4 on the one-year list of players who aren't in the 64. And right now, Moody sits second on that list. So a win here today would be a real boost in that regard. Defeat would be a real setback. And I think maybe the associated pressure is one of the reasons why he's not exactly shining in this match yet. Now, though, he's got the chance to shine. Well, can he get through to see the black? Annoyingly, no. One thing I think is really good about Moody, he's not a serial head shaker when things go against him. He just gets on with it. That's always a good attitude to have. deciding to attack here. Invest totally in the shot, commit and deliver. That was simply superb. It's a shot that deserves to launch a big break. He was a little unfortunate there, Moody, that he didn't have more angle on the black. Had to really thump it in to get any travel on the white at all. Does this a lot, as I mentioned right at the start of the match. Up and down, up and down. And I think up and down applies to his fortunes in the contest.
Moody 9.
Again, I think Moody can count himself positionally unlucky there, but at least he's laid a pretty horrible snooker for Jones. Not horrible in terms of hitting a red, that's elementary. It's about hitting one and getting safe. I can tell you a player who Stan Moody has practiced with on many occasions is the second winner of the afternoon. Oliver Lines has pulled away from 3-3 to defeat Dylan Emery 6-3. So Lines will play Neil Robertson tomorrow night in round 3. And if you're watching on the World Snooker Tour Facebook page, YouTube, or on Discovery Plus, that will be your entertainment from 7:30 local time tomorrow. Not the best again. Little loose, wasn't it? From Moody. Very nice again. Now, fresh from victory, we've got a special guest in the commentary box, Oliver Lyons. Congratulations, Oliver. 3-2 down, a little worrying, but you came through winning the last 4 frames, I believe.
Yeah, he obviously he started really well. He was scoring heavy. I missed a couple of easy ones in frames 2 and 3. And he punished me, to be fair to him. He scored heavy, he had a couple of 80 breaks. And at 3-2 down, he was on 44. And it wasn't looking good, but I managed to nick the frame and win the last 3, yeah.
And now you've got a very easy draw in the next round, Neil Robertson.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get my own back. Obviously, Neil beat me in the last 16 in Belfast a couple of weeks ago. So I'm hoping to get my own back here.
Well, you will be on this table tomorrow night, so we'll be commentating on your progress in that match. Is your dad here, Peter?
No, he's not here. He'll have just been watching the scores then, because obviously I wasn't on the streaming table, so I haven't spoke to him yet, but I don't think he's coming down now.
Now, tell us a little about Stan Moody. I know you've played Stan in practice countless frames. He strikes the ball so well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a phenomenal talent, and he's really starting to get the confidence to go with it. He's had a lot of great wins, and obviously there's pressure on because it's his second season. But when you're watching him, you wouldn't see that he's under pressure, because he's very attacking, and his long game's one of the best I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think there's only one tell when it comes to Stan being under pressure. He certainly doesn't move his head. He doesn't snatch on shots. I think it's the indecisiveness on shots when he's up and down, and he can't quite make up his mind. It becomes more prevalent at important moments of the match.
Yeah, I think when he was younger, he used to struggle with getting down and staying down. I'm not sure if it's still the same thing or if it's negative or something like that, but I know he's getting a lot better at it, and he is really working on it. So, well, it seems to be working for him anyway, doesn't it? He's getting a lot of good wins and performing quite well.
Yeah, he most certainly is a wonderful prospect. Technically, as I said right at the start of the match, he delivers the cue with great authority.
Yeah, he's going to be very good. Obviously, he's very good now, but a few years of learning the game really off the top players and stuff like that, and if he keeps winning and keeps drawing these top players, he's only going to get better, I think.
So how are conditions out there today?
I thought the table was really nice, yeah. I can't complain about a single shot, I don't think. It ran quite true, and it was very fast, and the temperature wasn't too hot or cold in there. It was pretty perfect, to be fair.
Yeah, I got the impression that this table's playing nicely also, and that makes a big difference. Good conditions, as they should be, for a tournament of this magnitude. I know very early in your professional career you did well in the UK Championship, and it must mean a lot to play and perform well in a tournament up in your native Yorkshire.
Yeah, obviously it'd be nice to get back there. Obviously, being from Leeds, York isn't too far, and well, it's easier for a lot more people to come watch. Obviously, it's a bigger venue, and you get more tickets and stuff like that. So it'd be nice to get 2 more wins and get through to the actual venue.
So tell us about your experiences at the British Open, Oliver. You did so well to get to the semi-finals. I thought you played some of your best match play snooker in that tournament. But then in that one-table situation, I think it's fair to say you froze a little.
Yeah, that'd be fair to say. And obviously, playing someone of John's quality in the semi-final, he could see I was struggling, and the amount of experience he had. Every time I came to the table, all I could see was just problems. And yeah, obviously, if I can get back there in the future, that should the experience from just that one game should stand me in better stead for next time.
But the way you've got to look at it, and I'm sure you have now in hindsight, you would much prefer to get to the semi-finals and play poorly than not get there at all.
Yeah, exactly. Walking out in the one-table setup, obviously having my dad there as well, he came down for the semi-final, and it was a moment that I've been waiting for like my whole life. So just to do it once, it's given me the motivation to just want to do it all the time now. And I'm heading in the right direction, hopefully.
I think the word hopefully is redundant. You are, definitely.
Yeah, I've been playing well. I've been practicing hard. Been working on my game and my mental game, and everything just seems to be coming together at the right time at the moment.
He's not been building big breaks in this match, but his spotting from distance at times has been excellent. Not there.
You've jinxed him there, Phil.
Oh, yeah. Commentator's curse. I was actually commentating with Stephen Hendry last week on the Champion of Champions, and about 3 matches in succession, he was building someone up, and they missed the easiest spot imaginable, and he turned the microphone off. He said, I am the worst when it comes to the commentator's curse, and that's coming from a 7-time world champion.
Yeah, obviously having Stephen Allworth here, because he's working with you guys, isn't he? It's just he tells me stuff like that he can jinx people with ease.
We've talked about your dad, Peter, who's a great character and a good friend of mine. Having his experience and his know-how and knowledge of the professional circuit must be invaluable.
Yeah, obviously I lean on it from time to time. I was 3-2 down there, and I knew that I had to do everything I could to win the frame to go 3-all, because 4-2 down you're chasing. And I'm just playing the right shot at the right time. I think I've learnt that over the years from obviously watching my dad and listening to the advice he gives me and stuff like that. So it is invaluable when it comes to close games and, well, using my brain really.
And with Mark Williams at the age of nearly 50 going so well, it might inspire your dad to make a comeback.
Yeah, he's still trying. He's practicing every day still. He tells me he's still young, so he's got loads of time.
Well, I think he does look remarkably young for his age. I don't like to concede that point, but it's true.
It's true. We get told we look more like brothers than father and son all the time, so he's quite happy about that.
Now this has gone really scrappy, much like the first frame actually. Now Moody kept his patience to win that one. And the way the balls are, a 22-point advantage is not to be sniffed at.
Yeah, that's a bit of a loose shot, so he's got a chance here, hasn't he? You said I play tomorrow night. Is that true? Yeah.
I think so. I will double check. Yes, 7:30 tomorrow evening.
Lovely stuff. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh.
Yeah, so easy in a frame like this where it's been all disjointed exchanges to lose the potting touch. He's just keeping Dwayne Jones at bay. He led 2-0, 3-1, and now he's getting close to another two-frame lead, is Stan Moody.
Nice touch.
When did you first start practicing with Stan? How old was he?
I think he was about 12, and you could just tell he was going to be good. He had a natural cue action. His long game, even back then, was just so good, and he hit the ball so clean. For someone so small, he could just get so much reaction on the cue ball, and it was then when you could tell that if he put his mind to it and really focused on snooker, he could be good.
.38 to the good, Moody. 43 on the table, so one pot away from leaving Jones requiring snookers. Moody is a fantastic prospect, and I'm sure he's going to have a very good career. 18 years of age, and these days we think of an 18-year-old as being extremely youthful in snooker terms, and yet in 1993 Ronnie O'Sullivan won this when he was 17. It was one of the most remarkable achievements I think we'll ever see.
Yeah, I'm not sure that will ever get repeated, maybe. Ronnie's just a special talent, isn't he? It's very hard to see anybody else ever doing half as good as what he's done in the game.
Yeah, John Higgins also won ranking tournaments as a teenager. Just seemed the thing back then.
And they're both still going strong now.
Absolutely, and the third member of the class of 92, Mark Williams, no doubt celebrating his capture of the Champion of Champions title in Bolton last night, overcoming Zhao Guodong.
I find it amazing that all three of them have been so good for so long.
Yeah, Williams keeps coming out with all this kidology. Stephen Hendry calls it nonsense about the fact he's at the end of his career and he doesn't know how he's getting this far in tournaments and beating these people and lifting these trophies. But the fact remains, he won the Tour Championship earlier this year, playing brilliantly in Manchester. Last night was not a one-off.
No, I think he might use it just to take a little bit of pressure off, but it's hard to see if he ever is under pressure or not, because he doesn't show anything, does he?
Yeah, he's very, very laid back. And of course, 7 years ago, he dropped out of the top 16, did Mark Williams. He was embroiled in qualifying. Had to qualify for the World Championship, and he didn't succeed. 12 months later, he won it.
It was probably going to the qualifiers that made him realise that if he just put in a little bit more practice, he probably, well, wouldn't have to go to the qualifying again. Not for a long time, anyway.
I don't think people realise just how tough it is in qualifying competitions. It's not the glamour end of the game, but it's fantastic to watch, actually. Just what players go through.
Yeah, obviously you get all ends, don't you? You get the young people that are just trying to start out in the game, and obviously you get the older, more experienced people that probably hate coming here. But none of us really have any choice. You earn the right to go straight to the venues, don't you?
Yeah, and I think with that terrific pot on the penultimate red, Stan Moody might have earned the right to win this frame. He's 39 in front with 35 on. A loose one there, should have been behind the yellow. Jones needs one snooker.
It's all right now, but for me, he should have potted the brown there. Made Jones need 2 snookers to tie instead of just the one. It doesn't matter now, though.
Well, thanks for coming in, Oliver. Will you stay for one more frame, or are you too busy?
I can stay for one more frame.
Very good of you. We've seen this throughout this match. When he's got frames won, he's potted them off the lampshades. As the pressure decreases, he looks terrific. It's been quite a slow-moving match, this, but every time that Jones threatens to pull level, Stan Moody finds something else. He now leads 4-2, 2 frames away from progress. You know, this might come as a shock to the system, but it is Christmas Day, 5 weeks on Wednesday. Now, if you're looking for the ideal present for someone who's got it all and you can't find any inspiration, what about this? World Championship or Masters VIP experience. It is the ultimate snooker experience, actually, and the Century Club, where packages are available for both the Masters at Alexandra Palace and the World Championship at the incomparable Crucible. Packages include the finest food, drink, the very best seats, and they are fantastic Christmas presents for anyone who loves snooker. Not just the Masters and the World Championship, of course, coming up in 2025. There's the German Masters in Berlin, one of the most extraordinary venues in the history of the game. The Welsh Open in Llandudno. The Players' Championship will take place in Telford. And then the Tour Championship returns for the second year to an absolutely fantastic venue in the heart of Manchester, Manchester Central. Only the top 12 players on the one-year ranking list get to qualify for that. And Oliver, if you're in the top 12 on the one-year list, by the time the Tour Championship rolls around, you've deserved your place.
Yeah, 100%. It means you've been getting well, either winning tournaments or really get into the business end of most tournaments to get in the top 12. It'll just be full of world-class players.
Of course, before that, it's the World Grand Prix in Hong Kong. That's the top 32 on the one-year list, and you must be challenging for that.
Yeah, I haven't done very well in the China comps this year, but if I had qualified for any of them, I could have been close. Maybe I'm just outside at the moment.
I will tell you, actually. 1 second, I think I've got the information online. Unsurprisingly, your good friend Judd Trump is top of that list, having won a cool £500,000 at the Saudi Arabian Masters.
Yeah, he's struggling a bit, Judd, at the moment.
43rd, Oliver. So, yeah, why not? Qualify for this, and that Hong Kong trip would definitely be a realistic possibility.
Yeah, I've got the money from today to go on there, so I've moved up a couple of places. Never know, qualify for this, will be in the mix.
And of course, if you make that, you're guaranteed significant ranking points, because if you lose in the first round of those Player Series events, you get your full ranking points, and it really is a snowball effect in a positive way.
Yeah, I think you deserve to get your ranking points, because obviously if you get in the top 32, everybody's had the chance to get there, and, well, you have earned it, haven't you, in a way.
Do you practice much with Judd?
I used to. I used to go down and play him all the time, but not recently, because he's never in this country anymore. He's always away in Hong Kong or Dubai or wherever he is now, so I don't get much chance to practice with him anymore.
I think a life in the sun is treating him well, though. He's been a virtual fixture in quarter-finals at the very least this year. I think he's only missed out on one.
Yeah, that's an unbelievable record. To just get to the quarter-final of almost every tournament takes some doing, that does.
By the way, Judd, Karen Wilson, the world champion, Mark Williams, the champion of champions, and all of the other big names who are ensconced in the seeded top 16 at the moment. They will discover who they will play in the Victorian Plumbing UK Championship proper. The draw is being made here on Thursday. I think it's actually being made before the end of the final qualifying round, so there will be some either-ors.
Are you doing the draw, Phil?
No. It's a thankless task if you make a mistake on that. Oh. And in the past, of course, there have been mistakes on the draw. I remember one for the World Championship. I think Michael Holt got two different opponents. He came out with a really good response, actually. He said, I've got two different players, I can't beat one.
He's always so positive, isn't he, Michael?
Well, he's in a real seesaw of a match at the moment with Ishpreet Singh Chadha. He was 2-0 down, 3-2 up, and now Ishpreet leads 4-3. Well, John Virgo always says there's always a gap, and he's been proved right there. Wow.
I think he'll settle for where that's finished.
If ever you're happy playing a foul shot, that was it. That could have been so costly.
I think it flicked the pack on the way back up, because no score's gone onto stance.
All right. No foul shot, so even better. Reds getting nicely open for the first player to get in amongst them.
I always feel like this is a huge frame. If Stan can win this frame, there aren't many comebacks from 5-2 down. But obviously, if Dwayne can win this frame, there's only one in it with a lot of snooker left to be played.
Because he's won the Wuhan Open, you have to say that was the best day of Zhao Guodong's life. But surely the second best snooker day was what he did last week. He was 3-0 down to Ronnie O'Sullivan in the first round of the Champion of Champions. As we see, eagle-eyed Oliver Lyons was quite correct. He did make contact with the red. Yeah, Zhao was 3-0 down to Ronnie O'Sullivan in the first round up in Bolton. He didn't pot a ball in those first 3 frames, and yet he came through brilliantly 4-3. That got him into the quarter-final at night, and he was 4-1 down to Mark Selby and won that 6-5. Now that is some day.
I'm not sure it gets much better than that. If you don't get any confidence from that, you're in the wrong game, I think.
I remember many moons ago in the old Premier League at Guildford in Surrey, Stuart Bingham had to play 2 matches on the same day, and he beat Neil Robertson and Mark Selby 6-0, 6-0.
Yeah, he never stops talking about that, doesn't Stuart? I don't know why.
Stuart Bingham will be in action this evening, actually, as the third qualifying round begins. Taking on a non-tour member, actually, an amateur, Oliver Sykes.
Yeah, he's had 2 good wins, Oliver. When you can get on a roll in these qualifiers, you can be quite hard to stop, so Stuart might not have it all his own way, even though he's probably a big favourite to win the game.
Sykes not the only amateur involved this evening, so too Florian Nursler from Austria. He beat Jordan Brown in the previous round, and now he's got ex-European Masters champion Fan Zhengyi.
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier, these qualifying. You win one good game and you've got to settle yourself back down for the next round fairly quickly.
And what also makes these qualifiers so tough these days, Oliver, you know 100 times better than me, the standard, the strength in depth on the tour has never been better. Down the rankings.
Yeah, down the rankings, I would have to agree. Obviously, everybody can play now. Even the top-ups that are getting in, everybody's of a high quality. You can't just turn up and play average and win anymore. You have to play to a very good level to even get any wins these days.
I'll tell you what, there's a great story going on table 7. Jimmy White, into his 60s. He was 5-1 down to Ross Muir, who's made 2 centuries today. White has just won the 9th frame to trail only 5-4. We will keep you informed. was a crunching pot. They heard that in Derby.
He probably just wanted a little nicer kiss on the green. He's only got the snooker to play now.
Jones 1.
You know, it's almost 6:15 now. The next session starts at 7:30. So you can't completely discount the possibility that this match could be suspended before they reach a conclusion. Never something the players want.
No, I always feel like in the half-2 session, if you get a couple of frames that go close, there's always a possibility that you aren't going to finish. That's why I think everybody prefers, well, I wouldn't say everybody, I speak from myself, but I prefer the 7:30 session because, you know, no matter what, you can finish it in that one time. I think yesterday's half-2 session, there was quite a few that didn't finish, maybe 3 or 4 games, something like that.
Yeah, it is a tight squeeze, there's no doubt.
I can't remember the rule, but I think it's something like you have to start the last frame no more than like 45 minutes before the next session, which means you only get 4 hours for 11 frames, which you think should be enough, but as I say, if 2 frames go close, you can be pushing it.
And anyone can play slow frames. Look at the Neil Robertson-Judd Trent match last week. They had 2 frames over 55 minutes.
I always think at the start of a frame, if you get 3 or 4 safeties in a row and the black gets tied up, you can be in for these long frames. I'm just looking there, and table 3 is also in the same boat. Maybe not going to be able to finish in this session.
Yeah, Chris Totten and Tian Peng Fei even slower. It's only 3-2 there in favour of the Scot. On the other side of the coin, He Guoquang and Liu Hongyu both came through very quickly with 6-1 wins over Robbie McGuigan and Krish Kubazani respectively. And both of them, He and Liu, both of them played brilliantly. Liu made a break of 139. He Guoquang was making breaks for fun.
Yeah, they're both very good players. Top scorers as well.
Couldn't do a lot with the cue ball, so if he takes on this pink, wow, this is a pressure ball. Equal to the task. Young nerves.
I think he went for that just because he wasn't happy with the way that this match is going. He doesn't like playing safe. He wants to attack the balls, and it's probably been too much safety for his liking in the last half hour. So he's probably just decided that maybe he's going to attack now.
Yeah, I think in general his attitude has been good today. He's been quite patient, but I think you should play to your strengths, and his, as you say, is attack.
Yeah, obviously this is a massive match for Stan on his second year. He's had a great season so far. I think he's occupying one of the top 4 positions on the end of season list. So if he can add this win and get paid on the rankings, then he'll be able to settle down for the next couple of rounds, and you might see him qualify.
Yeah, because as talked about right at the top of the match, he's a seeded player in this round, so if he loses, he gets no ranking points. If he wins, he's on 5,000. Played that nicely with the rest.
14.
Yeah, so there's two ways of avoiding Q school. If you're in the second year of a 2-year card, either finish in the top 64, which is within reach, I think, for Stan. He would need a really good second half of the campaign, but he could do it. Or more likely for him would be to finish in the top 4 spots on a one-season list for players who don't make it into the top 64. He's currently second in that.
Yeah, at the start of the season, he didn't have a very good first season on tour, which is understandable. You're just learning the ropes, and it can get on top if you lose a few games. But this season is really coming to his own, and he's starting to, well, prove to everybody, including himself, that he does belong on the tour, and he does belong probably in the top 64.
Yeah, and he's good for the game. You want an infusion of youth.
Yeah, it's nice because obviously there's loads of Chinese youngsters, and everybody, they all seem to be really good. Practice a lot, so it's nice to have someone from Britain that's young and that's going to put the challenge up to the young Chinese boys.
Well, you might know this, Oliver. If you don't, it's a really interesting fact that someone told me a few weeks ago. The leading 6 rookies last season were all Chinese.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Moody, 26.
But the Miss Blue from Moody was a surprise. I thought he played it quite quickly.
Yeah, he played the shot before quite quick and left himself that long blue, which obviously you've got to be confident to leave yourself a long blue in the first place. But he did play it. He did rush it maybe just a tad.
Another point about the rise of China as a snooker nation. I was doing some research last week, and I discovered that in the last 7 world ranking events, at least 10 Chinese players have featured in the last 64, at least,
Ryan Jones, 1.
in 7 consecutive ranking events. Sometimes 13, 14 of them. Collectively, they're doing so well.
Yeah, they're all turning up now, aren't they? They're all there to be counted. And they're all just really good. That's just how it is.
Michael Holt is back on level terms with Ishpreet Singh Chadha, 4-4. Manasawan Fatmalaikel from Thailand, also 4-4 with the former UK champion Matthew Stevens. There's the man in question. All of the players here playing for their lives, their ranking, their livelihood. And the game is so cruel. And it's that old phrase, a game of fractions. Your whole mood for the day, for the week, can be affected by half an inch.
Yeah, if that drops in there, look at the chance he's got to just reduce his arrears to 1. But as it stands now, Stan's got a great chance to really stamp his authority on the game and go 5-2.
I must ask you this, Oliver. Of all the victories you've had, what was the most satisfying?
Good question. I think maybe the Jack Jones win in the quarter-final of the British Open a few weeks ago. I started really well, and I started struggling towards the middle of the match, and I felt like it was getting away from me, but I managed to make it 5-all, and then the way I won it in the decider, making a one visit, probably just proved to me that I can do it and I do belong there. And I felt like it was just the result that I needed, just to really make me believe in myself again.
Next question, most disappointing defeat?
I've had a fair few. I might need a minute to think about this one.
You know, it's really interesting. Quite often, I've asked that question of professional snooker players, and you ask them for their most satisfying win, and they quickly come up with an answer. When you ask them about the most devastating defeat, I think they've suffered so often. It really is one of those situations where they've got a lot to choose from, as you say. Great shot from Stan, by the way, there. That was fully played.
Yeah, obviously, there's only one person that goes away from every tournament happy, isn't there? So most people leave the tournament very disappointed. So you try and forget about the tough losses so that you can just get back on the practice table straight away. I did lose 10-9 in the World Championships to Anthony Hamilton. I can't remember if it was last year or the year before, but I felt like I was playing really well at the time, and I felt like I was going to qualify that year. I already probably got it in my head that I was going to qualify, and obviously losing 10-9 was a bit of a killer.
Well, that could be a bit of a killer as well. Dwayne Jones chose to do what they call a Maguire these days. Couldn't quite work out how to get safe conventionally, so he thought he'd just have a indiscriminate lash at the balls. Apart from giving penalty points away, he's given young Stan the simplest possible opener. It's called a Maguire after Stephen Maguire, who played the shot an awful lot and became associated with it. And Maguire, who is a former UK champion, will be in action this evening against a very interesting character from Latvia, Artemis Zizins.
He beat one of my friends from the snooker club yesterday, and he played really well.
So 27 up already. Moody would want to put the frame to bed here at this visit.
Yeah, he's got a great chance now. That blue was probably a better shot than it looked.
I know a lot of you are desperate for news of Jimmy White. Well, there's nothing decisive yet in frame 10. Ross Muir leads 27-24 with 8 reds left.
I was surprised that Jimmy wasn't on a streaming table. I know that, well, he's still so popular, and to put him out the back, I just think Jimmy should always be on a streaming table. He's got so many fans and so many people that want to watch him. I was a little bit surprised when we was on the next table to each other today.
Yes, and of course he was the story, wasn't he, of the UK Championship qualifiers last year.
Yeah, and he's not out of this one yet. It's obviously on the big comeback.
Stan Moody, 44 years, White's junior.
I still find it amazing, the love for the game that Jimmy still has after all these years.
24.
Well, he's just such a legend of the game, and a legend in person. He's just such a nice bloke as well.
5.
That should wrap the frame up. It's been a low scorer, but for the first time it seems Stan Moody is going to take a 3-frame lead. Annoyingly hitting the brown, but it doesn't really matter.
37.
No, he'll be pleased to get this frame on the board. As I say, he's got a bit of comfort now.
Moody, 37 and a frame.
Yeah, comfort it is. Comfort in the form of being 3 up with a possible 4 to play. Stan Moody leads. Dwayne Jones 5-2. Well, Oliver, thanks very much indeed for joining us in the commentary box, and the very best of luck tomorrow night against Neil Robertson. Channel that Yorkshire grit.
Thanks, Phil. Thanks for having me.
So what about the matches still going on? Matthew Stevens 4-4 with Manasarwin Fatmalaikal. Stevens 44-0 up in the 9th frame at the table scoring. 4-4 Ishpreet Singh Chadha and Michael Holt. Singh Chadha 32-0 up and at the table scoring in frame 9. 4-2 Chris Totten over Tian Peng Fei, but Tian is on a break of 37 early in frame 7. And Ross Muir trying to stave off a spirited recovery from Jimmy White. Well, Muir leads 5-4 as we know. Very latest from frame 10. He's 36-24 up on a break of 9, trying to put the lid on victory. So with an hour and a half to go before the start of the evening session, there will be definitely one more frame. And if Moody wins it, he wins the match. Just a reminder, by the way, if you want to come and experience the drama and the excitement, the heartache of these UK Championship qualifiers, Tickets are available to attend the Mattioli Arena. It's £12 for the day. Just go to the World Snooker website, wst.tv, click on tickets and make your purchase. Coming up over the next few days, some real heavy hitters. Someone recently said to me, these days there are more than 16 top 16 players. I know actually what he meant. And that's why we've got some terrific talent on display here. Including tonight, by the way. That entertainer extraordinaire, Jack Lazowski. He's taking on Rory Thor on this table. Stephen Hallworth and myself will be commentating on that one. Also playing tonight, Jack Jones, who just 6 months ago was runner-up in the World Championship. He faces Ian Burns. Stan Moody will be giving this frame everything. Get over the line, get a full complement of ranking points, and start thinking about his next match against Pang Junzhu. Just caught that far jaw. Now this is a really big shot. If this goes in, not impossible, it could be the beginning of the end for Dwayne Jones's UK Championship. Struck that so nicely. It's been a strange mix, this match, from Moody. Excellence coexisting with some bad misses. I think, as Oliver Lyons explained, it's a byproduct of the pressure he's under to get those ranking points. I think if he gets through this match, you will see an improvement next time out. bad miss from Stan Moody. In practice, he wouldn't miss that in a month of Sundays. Jones wants the cue ball to stop. An inch less travel on that white and it would have been so much better. Well, Prolatina Village-Curva saying to the player, did you hit it? Dwayne Jones saying, I think so. And the proof of the pudding is in the fact that he thinks it's touching. Oh, that was Selby-esque. That's the kind of shot he pulls off on a ridiculously regular basis, coming off two cushions and flicking the red, returning the white to the safety of baulk. Jimmy White's legion of fans will be saddened with this news. He's been beaten 6-4 by Ross Muir, so White will not be in the final stages this time around. Muir, held by breaks of 103, 125, 75 and 64, very impressively took a 5-1 lead. White got it back to 5-4, but that was as good as he got. Other updated scores. Chris Totten now 4-3 over Tian Peng Fei in the slowest moving match of the afternoon. And Ishpreet Singh Chadha has regained the lead against Michael Holt at 5-4. Same thing for Matthew Stevens over Manasarwan Fatmalaikal. That cue ball came very close to the jaws of the top left-hand pocket. Now, Pralatina Velichkova had a word there with Stan Moody. I think she was suggesting he should speed up. Dwayne Jones no doubt interested by the conversation. Interesting what the referee was saying, because Moody's last 4 shots have taken 45, 39, 43 and 71 seconds. It is a vitally important match for him. Now, can Jones apply even more pressure? Even though he's 5-2 down, he has been responsible for the 3 highest breaks of the match. Yes, Jones made breaks of 66 and 65 in the 3rd frame, 62 in the 5th. I was mentioning earlier with Dwayne Jones, one of those players who places his bridge hand quite close to the cue ball. That kiss was not anticipated. Oh, missing the red was bad enough, but the in-off,
44.
even worse. He's not been anywhere near his best this afternoon, Moody. But if you watch the whole match, you will know that he's knocked in some really good balls from distance. And there is another excellent. Shame for Moody, there's congestion down this end of the table. Black and pink surrounded by reds. I can tell you that Michael Holt and Ishpreet Singh Chadha have gone all the way in their match. Decider coming up. Holt has just equalised at 5-5. And still Moody cannot string anything sizable together. All very tense. Another result in the books. Matthew Stevens, former UK champion, has defeated Manasarwin Fetmalaikal 6-4. Well, contact with the green slowed the cue ball down just enough to leave it tucked under the ball cushion. This could be a headache for Jones. Played that one very nicely. Well, no contact at all. Seems as though he can't quite commit to the shot because he's not quite sure whether he can get through to the potting angle. In the end, having the cue ball put back. While it is, I can tell you Chris Totten is now on the verge of victory against Tian Peng Fei. The Scot leads 5-3. Well, more penalty points. And a red that will go this time, no doubt. And yet Moody decides against it. So after an extended bout of tactics and players unable to make their mark, can Jones lengthen the match?
Three. Angels. Three.
A very minuscule reward for the chance he had. One has to say this has been a very low standard match in general. Can Moody reserve his best for last?
One.
One bold black, and that could be the key to the door. Bold, but not in.
One. Six. Seven.
Right side of the blue. Tried to dislodge the two awkward reds together off that side cushion, but didn't quite swing the cue ball
12.
far enough.
Angels. 12.
And that was well off the mark. Now that was more like it from Stan Moody. Really good pot.
1.
What about the availability of the black? It would certainly help if he could chip that in. From there, though, it doesn't look too appetising, does it? Well, double whammy. 4 penalties and leaving a red smack on. looks a little out of sorts right now. But Jones just can't take advantage.
St. John's 1.
What a poor frame this has been. What a tense frame. Very good from Moody.
1.
Very good indeed. And would love to pot the ping to free the pocket up for the red.
Seven.
The obvious stumbling block. The ball that Dwayne Jones is placing his hopes on is the yellow.
Eight.
Pink to tie the scores, blue to trail by just a single point. If he pots the blue, he would then need yellow to pink to win the frame. If he knocks in the pink here, he would just need yellow to blue.
Moody 8.
No, he said there, stay still. Don't know whether he was referring to himself or someone in his eye line. Looks very unhappy, Moody. Only 50 minutes to the start of the next session. If Jones were to win this and take his time about it, it could be the last frame. Obviously, if Moody wins it, it will be the last frame. It's not about aesthetics now, not about style points, just about getting the W. And from Moody, that's really clumsy. A fuller kiss of the yellow on the black might have cost Jones the match. After this, he should be in trouble. Just missing the yellow. Just missing the green as well. No free ball. You know, there's a lot of tissues there on the table next to Stan Moody. Just wondering whether he's got a cold and he's not feeling well. That might explain why he's played well below the norm. Pretty much the same. Well, if Moody had the cue ball put back initially, he'll have that one put back as well. It's been a lengthy afternoon. 3 matches still yet to be won. This one and table 6, Michael Holt and Ishpreet Singh Chadha, 5-5. Table 3, Chris Totten 5-3 over Tian Peng Fei. This time it works very nicely. I think in that kind of situation, giving away 8 penalty points was a small price to pay to ultimately get the ball safe. Oh, I think that's a bonus. He didn't play the yellow there. These things can be deceptive. Does the yellow squeeze past the black into the pocket? It looks quite tight. Yeah, not a full pocket to go for there. At this juncture, with so much pressure on his shoulders, that would have taken some pot. Very nicely done by Dwayne Jones. Really good yellow to tie the scores. From here, he needs green, brown, blue and pink. Under normal circumstances, he would do this 999 times out of 1,000. Hart might have missed a beat there, though. That went in off the jaw. The pink to save the match. There it is. Dwayne Jones refuses to go quietly. It is 5-3. Now, Jones leaving the arena, so that tells us that will be one more frame at least. Indeed, the referee is replacing the balls. So Stan Moody has one more opportunity to win the match in its allotted space. Tianping Fei on table 3 has just pulled back to trail Chris Totten 5-4. Michael Holt and Ishpreet Singh Chadha, it's 5-5. 2 reds left in the decider. Holt leads by 13 points. Just a reminder, the evening session starts at 7:30, which is in around 44 minutes time here. Next up on this table, we're going to see Jackpot Jack Lazowski against Malaysia's finest player, Rory Thor. This match has been an absolute marathon. Started 4 hours and 15 minutes ago. But there are no marathons in the snooker shootout. Scheduled to be held right here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester from December the 4th to the 7th. Basically, it's 10-minute matches with a shot clock of 15 seconds and 10 seconds. It makes for some gripping entertainment, some harem-scarum snooker. So many mistakes, so many brain freezes, but we've also seen some extraordinary ability as well under immense pressure to win matches that you can't quite believe. We've seen total clearances. We've seen a 147 in that tournament from Sean Murphy. And if you want to come and experience the shootout for yourself, well, tickets are £22. It really is a good day out. Again, I'll remind you, go on the World Snooker website, wst.tv, click on tickets and book your visit to the shootout, where Moody and Dwayne Jones will line up together with quite a lot of star players this time. Neil Robertson, Mark Allen, Sean Murphy, just to name 3.
Frame 9, Dwayne Jones to break.
Got a feeling here if Dwayne Jones could find some form, Moody could be vulnerable. Jones asks himself, what am I doing? I don't know, Dwayne. I don't know. That was a very bad one. Large margin of error.
Jones 6.
Another Moody misjudgment. Or shall I say, yet another Moody misjudgment. He's really struggling right now. But Jones, by and large, just cannot capitalise. As is the Moody prerogative, asking for the referee to respot the black. Don't think he's happy with it still. It made no difference anyway. He wasn't on it. On the red, that is.
Moody 8.
Oh, what a kiss. What a kiss. Yeah, Moody blowing his nose again. I think he does have a cold or some kind of illness. It's not nice when you're playing a hugely important match and you don't feel 100%. He's certainly not played 100%. Now, we've mentioned a couple of times this afternoon that to avoid qualifying school next spring, you either have to finish inside the top 64 in the rankings or in the top 4 of the one-year list of players who don't make the 64. As we've told you, coming into this event, Stan Moody second on that list, Well, he's just had a little boost because the player who's third on that list, Ishpreet Singh Chadha, has been beaten by Michael Holt. Holt coming through 6-5, winning the match on the early colours, winning the decider. So just two matches that began at 2:30 still going. This one, and Chris Totten and Tian Peng Fei, 5-4 to Totten, although Tian leads by 42 in frame 10 right now.
Six. Seven.
Just that little flick of running side off the side cushion help there. Look at the cue ball.
Jones, 14.
Am I surprised he missed it? No. It's been that kind of match. Another really well-cued shot from Stan Moody. That's not been the difficulty for him today. It's been stringing together breaks. Hasn't put together a half century at all. Mind you, there's no better time than the present.
Six. Seven.
That was nice again. Maybe he's finally found something.
14. 15.
10 in front now, Moody,
22.
with the potential for plenty more to come. If he could knock in 3 shots' time, the red at the bottom of the bunch of 7, that would free up another couple.
23.
Certainly free up one more. I'm loath to say this, but I will anyway. He could be in to win. Given his ability, he should be in to win. Less than half an hour to go before the start of the evening session, so Moody, if he's been clock watching, will be very keen to win this frame and therefore prevent a big wait around to come back later. Well, the teenager has reserved his best for last, but there's still work to be done. Well, he struck that nicely, but not quite enough zip. Incorrect side of the blue. A youngster who's made so many centuries, he's lost count. Delighted to finally make a half century. Excellent again. now left with a choice here. Continue to attack or lock the frame down. It's the latter, and you can't blame him. So Dwayne Jones in a world of trouble. 5-3 down, 41 adrift, 51 on. Not a bad line, but no pace. For a moment, Moody was interested in maybe being able to squeeze the red past the other into the pocket, but that never really looked on, and so the cue ball goes back. Clearly, potting the red would have been an impossibility, and the plant, that wasn't available either. More pace this time. Oh, and that's it. That is it. That is precisely what Moody wanted. What an almighty struggle it's been. But Stan Moody has his ranking points. He has the win. And he can come back to play Pang Junzhu tomorrow, hoping for an improvement in form with a certain amount of pressure alleviated. One of those unusual matches where Dwayne Jones made the 3 highest breaks of the afternoon, but he's the one disappointed. I think he's shown a lot of character, Moody. Helped greatly, of course, by the fact that Jones did not perform. But when the situation was getting a little sticky, he produced that half century and got over the line in the end. Stan Moody, the talented teenager from Yorkshire, defeats the Welshman Dwayne Jones by 6 frames to 3, and he will now play Pang Junzhu in the 3rd qualifying round, the penultimate qualifying round of the Victorian Plumbing UK Championship. So, in around 20 minutes' time, the evening session will begin. Hope to have your company for that one. It will feature, on this table, Malaysia's Rory Thor against the jackpot, Jack Lazowski. See you then.